Yo, DDP, what's up? Is that, yeah, okay. Things are working. Cool, cool. Yes, I think they are. I'm meeting shortly, but I'm going to lurk. I'll be back later. Cool. I appreciate you being here as always, my friend. Beep boop bop. It be tuna. How you feeling today? I'm doing decent. Beep bip bup. Indeed. What's up, tuna? What's up, grot? I'm definitely feeling better, for sure. But am I at 100%? No. Forgot stream was stay, not gonna lie. How dare you? Hello, Tebow. Did it do the thing? It did the thing. Cool. Honestly, I'm kind of all, my brain's weird about what day it is too. We're probably gonna go live early here because there's literally, the ads are over. There's a minute left, but screw it. Hello. The sickness is going away, indeed. How are we all today? It's Monday, August 2031. True. How are y'all this fine evening? Musketeer.
Grotinich is just redeemed. Make an e-card. Musketeer.
Make an e-card. Okay, we can do that. There's a few things I want to talk about before we kind of do anything, but yes, I can definitely do that. Hopefully we can maybe find a spot for it in one of our decks that we're going to be doing, but a musketeer. I need to look at what a musketeer is specifically again. An armed soldier. I suppose someone with a musket, right? I find it funny that, like, I feel like a lot of musketeers are shown as like just with fencing swords. It's like, technically that's not why they have their name. Right? You know what I mean? Anyway, yo, what up, Anonymous? That's like a card that would disable enemies. I don't know what to think about that. But I guess we will draw a musketeer. I have a few things I want to talk about. I've been trying to, hey man, how are we doing? Or how are we doing today? I'm feeling better than I was. Still a little bit sick, but feeling better. Probably musketeers have swords as well because muskets take 5 bajillion years to reload. for sure. But it was like, you know, a lot of time, like, if you think of like a musketeer, a lot of the time I feel like in fiction you just see them with swords. You know what I mean? And we'll see what our aesthetic will be for that. But I'm down. We'll figure it out. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly where we're going. Like, I feel like we've been doing a lot of these streams, like a lot of like armies streams and just working on the card art and that kind of stuff. In a way, I feel like we've stagnated a bit, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like we haven't done a ton to improve the stream in a while. At least outside of like special events that we've done, you know, like the I'm trying to think of an example. I mean, obviously the D&D stream I thought was like different and interesting. How can you improve on perfection though? I mean, I do like the drawing streams. I think they're perfectly fine. And like talking about card design is fun. But we're also not bringing anyone in new. And if I want to keep doing this, we probably need to bring more people in. I have a few sort of solutions for that, but it is something I want to talk about and get people's opinion on. Obviously, we talked at length last time or the time before about just doing more special streams, right? Like doing gaming and blah, blah, blah. I have 0 Bitcoin to my name. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, Grot. Hopefully you have a bit of time. I don't want to jip you on the creation process, but if you have to go. But there are a few things I want to talk about before we get too crazy. You know, these streams have me saying, thank God it's Wednesday. Indeed. Dispatch will inspire you to give you all the answers. Trust. Well, I mean, that's one thing, right? We can do gaming stuff, right? I don't want that to be the staple of this channel, right? I don't want, you know, gaming to be that necessarily. If it's more like creative games, I think maybe, because I do like, I think no matter what we do on this channel, I do want it to be generally creative. Not that games inherently aren't, like even Dispatch, like it's got good storytelling, right? Which I think is a creative sort of endeavor, right? But ideally, you know, we're doing something creative no matter what we're doing. So that kind of sounds like a stretch, you know. It's like, oh, playing this game is creative because there's good storytelling, right? That's, you know, that's my personal want for the channel, but like figuring out what that entails is, you know, I got to figure out, right? I've been doing like a lot of this kind of talk lately, I feel like, and if I've been doing too much, you let me know, but I've been trying to figure out where we go, you know, where we're moving, where we're heading to, because we kind of have to evolve if we want to stay alive. You know, I mean, their variety is just special occasion kind of thing, fall back on it when you need a break or gotta think about stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. I do think we probably need to do something different though, I guess is what I'm getting at, because I don't think just doing art streams forever will get us anywhere, because we don't really gain that many followers. Oh crap, 20 stream streak. That's insane. Crazy tuna. But yeah, I think what was I saying? I think we need to not necessarily just have variety, but we also need to be doing more interesting stuff, like making more of a show of it, you know? Like I feel like doing the D&D stuff, like if we I could be happy doing something like that for our streams, you know, where it's like maybe it's not every stream, right? We would probably work on AAE on some streams, but uh-oh, talking lots going to be an issue. But God. Tickle in my throat. You sound a little healthier than last stream. Yeah, I definitely am. Yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about a lot about that. I think the two biggest things is one, I probably he says coughing. Yeah, no, it's just like right now it's a tickle there, tickle in my throat. But I do feel a lot better. So one, I think, is I'm going to probably change my stream schedule probably at the start of the new year, because I'm not gonna rush it right now, especially because probably the stream schedule is going to be weird anyway with with the holidays and stuff. So that will probably be weird regardless. Dare I say they're healthy coughs, yeah. So yeah. I think we'll probably switch to a Tuesday, Thursday, like Sunday schedule is my thought, for a few reasons. One, that gives me more time to work on videos during the week. Zeno, hello. Yeah, I think we'll probably want to switch to like a Tuesday, Thursday, like weekend sort of schedule. Yeah, again, I think it gives me more time to do stuff during the week and like work hours to work on actual, like video stuff, right? So we can actually make more video content, because a lot of that video content is what drives people here, right? I feel like we don't really get a ton of organic traffic on Twitch, which I know it's not like a platform where you get much organic traffic, but we also get virtually none, right? The only time we've really got any in recent times is one, we got like 2 followers from the collab we did recently, right, with Nez and Hellfire and Storm. So that is something. And then the other thing is the D&D stream. Otherwise, we like hardly ever get anything, you know, which is fine. Like we usually get someone, like when we raid someone, the other person who, like the person who we raided will follow us, right? But typically we're not really getting a whole heck of a lot of people, obviously. So like that kind of almost tells me something, that, you know, the 2 times we get more people coming to the stream is a special event and a collaboration, which is also, I would say, a special event. So I think we need to do more of that, and we've kind of talked about that, but I think we need to do more of that. And I think changing the stream schedule to have like a weekend day to be able to like do more special events, have more people attend, I think would be good. And then it also gives me more time to work on stuff during the week that could prepare for that kind of event. I do think I want to try to make sure that we keep chat engagement a thing, because like I don't mind doing like playtests in my game and stuff, but I really also don't like that that chat kind of falls by the wayside a bit when we do those. So I want to find ways where we can kind of do both. And honestly, the more I think about it, the more I kind of want to do something. We talked about this as like my next project for a while now, but I really do want to do something that is like a D&D for streaming, which would mean heavy chat integration of some sort, and also what's it called? And also like have the ability to have guests on and be very narratively driven and that kind of thing, you know? So I think that would be a pretty cool thing to do, right? And then, which doesn't mean like we're necessarily doing that right now, but I think that is like coming up on like what we will sort of maybe pivot to. And maybe that's just a test for a while and see how it goes, right? But I do want to do more D&D streams and then kind of figure out how we could work like make a new system to like cater to that. I don't know how y'all feel about that. I mean, it would still be game design, right? We're still designing a game. And I still want to do army stuff, but I think it would probably actually still be on weekdays, right? Like we'd still be probably drawing the same sort of art style for a new game, and then just taking that stuff and making it into you know, a TTRPG, and then we can, you know, do kind of what we did with the D&D thing, where we make a card and then we can, you know, make a character and then make that card into a character and blah blah blah, vice versa. But yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm leaning toward. Is at first we probably just try more D&D stuff and see how that attracts people. Because yeah, honestly, as unfortunate as it is, the money is important, and a following is important, right? So as much as I don't want to like have to necessarily cater toward that, but I also like the idea of doing like one of the like other things beside game design that I like wish I could do is like storytelling, right? And I think that, you know, D&D caters to that, or, you know, like Soul, right? That was like the first thing I put on this my YouTube channel, right? So I think that is an interesting, you know, maybe no, it's not even a pivot, it's just sort of like almost like not a pivot, but like a shift backwards, a shift back and forth, right? We're kind of, you know, go back and forth. Yeah, so I'd like to see that in some way. Okay, cool. I've said this a bunch of times already, but we love AAE because you're behind it and trust behind it, and I can trust it's going to be incredible at every stage. So any project you start, I'll support and hopefully be here to give feedback. Storytelling. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what I like. Like, honestly, if I could, I would probably also be doing like a comic or animation or something. Right. But I don't have those skills. Well, I have the skills to make a comic. I don't know if I have the skills to fully animate like a thing in a style that I would want to like, but did someone say animation? I did. But yeah, no, I think, you know, moving in the direction of doing something that way, would be good. Maybe like, I think probably what we do is, it may still be a bit off, because I would really like to get this next update for armies done. Potentially give an update to Blight of Blackridge, and then and then maybe like pivot toward making our own system for streaming based like role-playing game. And I think in between that, we would continue what we were doing with the Chat Does D&D story for a bit, and then maybe we pivot once all that sort of those three things are over, right? Once we're done with or I guess two things really. Once AE is sort of gotten an update, Blackridge has maybe gotten an update, then we while we concurrently do Chat Does D&D, we then pivot toward a sort of BOB rocks. Yeah, I think people like BOB a lot. So, I think it's probably good to update. You have the skill and perseverance. That's kind of all you need for anything in life. Sort of. As much as I'd like to believe that, I think you can pursue something that is a dead end, or put your effort towards something that isn't helpful. I mean, in the end, like, I think your efforts never really go to waste because you learn a lot and that kind of stuff. But I also think if I kept doing the same thing over and over again, we wouldn't get anywhere, right? Like, if I just keep drawing AE cards, I think it would take much longer to get actual following than if we do something that is more catered toward getting more people, if that makes sense. So like exactly, it doesn't kill you, makes stronger. Yeah, so like we do have to keep experimenting, I guess, is the thing that is on top of that, right? We can have skill and we can persevere, but we do also need to experiment in order to grow. So we can't just keep our head in the dirt and keep moving. But I know we keep having these kind of conversations. I kind of feel bad because it's just like, hey, we're yapping about stuff that doesn't even matter. But I need to go for a bit. I'll be back in 15-20 minutes. All right, Grot. Sorry we haven't started on doing your card right away, but there's just a few things I needed to kind of talk about, get off my chest kind of thing. Animation is an experiment you can do. Yeah, I think so. We could try something like that, but it's also I don't know. I feel like I'd want some sort of direction with that. I don't think I want to just animate something just to animate it. But yeah, well, I mean, I've done a lot of like 2D animation, right? Like we've done a lot of the like Armies Against Entropy sort of character animation. But I feel like it'd be cool to do like, hand-drawn animation, but at the same time, I feel like I need to improve my anatomy first. So maybe it's like, I don't know. We'll see. Means a lot that you care to discuss the direction of your channel with your community. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I just hope it doesn't get like annoying how often I've been doing it, because I've been trying to kind of like figure out where we're at, do you feel like you promote yourself enough places outside of Twitch enough? I mean, I definitely feel like I need to do more YouTube videos, and I've been trying to figure out ways to do that. And that's kind of like part of the reason about doing more like different content, something like doing something like a D&D sort of thing, because that's very narrative and you could just edit that into a video and then like have that as like a like I could post that on my YouTube video or channel, right? The problem right now is like if I do the chat does D&D and I take that video, it's 5 hours long, right? And I go, okay, here we go. Let's play, or let's edit this. That's going to take me a very, very long time to edit. And I probably will do it because I think it would be a good video to like cut down and, you know, have as a video. But it's kind of difficult to do. But if we refine that process, we can make it a lot easier to just make the stream and then throw that video or throw that stream, I guess, edit that stream lightly and then throw it onto the YouTube, if that makes sense. Yo, Rask, what's up, dude? Welcome on in. Hello, hello. How are you today? We're doing some Yap. You can also sell merch to promote, like your logo is adorable if you print them on hats or made like a little toy figure out of him, that sort of thing. Maybe I can see something like that. I feel like we don't have enough of a following for merch to necessarily be like a great investment, but maybe, yeah. I mean, like stickers or something could be good, maybe. But yeah, you're right. I mean, maybe I can find a way to figure that out. That almost seems like I worry that the return on investment would be not great at the current moment with the number of people we have as like that would buy that, right? Because like we'd at least get all of you guys maybe, but that's like 10 people, right? So that would be my worry. But we're the ones pushing you to talk. Okay, fair. Well, you're making me feel better about it. So they read Tebow's. I read Tebow's in my mind. I don't know if I read it out loud. No, honestly, that's very refreshing. Okay, good. I'm glad. But I don't know if it makes sense without a medium pre-existing audience. It's a big gamble. Yeah. How are we all? We're talking about the future of the channel here and what we're going to be doing, you know. I'm also a bit sick, but I'm feeling a lot better than I was earlier this week, so I'm a bit tired after a long day, but fine. Good to hear. Definitely a gamble, but you have a gosh darn loyal following and we could help spread the word. Stickers for sure. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm worried about a physical product before we have enough of a following to sell it. But you can start with something simple like stickers, see how they go. Printers use like print files, sticker samples, and like there's $9 if there's interest. Yeah, I guess so. But like at the same time, like I feel like if you all want to support me, you just subscribe, which, you know, most of you already do. You know, if you have the financial means to, you do. So it's like I don't know. I mean, I guess then you get maybe something more interesting out of it, but then it's like a one-time thing, you know. I don't know. It's I agree that I would like to do that kind of thing. I just don't know if I'm there yet. So I don't know. We'll see. You're streaming 3 times a week would be good for you to get 3 videos a week from the streams you do, even if it's small and simple, and then use them to promote the stream. Yeah. And that's kind of why I want to switch the stream schedule to be like 2 weekdays and 1 weekend day, because then I'd have more work days to work on, like non-stream days to work on stuff. Because right now I've been splitting a lot of my time with my my side gig, quote unquote, right, where I'm basically just helping my brother do stuff. But yeah, I've been spending a lot of time doing that, where I just have to make money so I can, you know, live and not you know, whatever. But yeah, so I think that would also help, because then I'd have more days to just sit down and edit. But I am trying to do that. I'm editing the right now I'm working on the stream where me and Nez played armies, because I thought the end of that game was really interesting. I'm gonna try a long form video out of it. I don't know what y'all think about that, but I thought it would be kind of cool because it's a like sort of do it like where I have like bits of narration where I talk over it to kind of, you know, cut out some of like the long boring parts, and then kind of you know, and it'll be like a polished play test on the video or on this thing. So I think that would be kind of a cool one. I was thinking about doing like the tier list. I was thinking about doing the chat does D&D one, like just cutting those down into a actual video and like a long form content, and see how that goes. Milk more money from us, but Tuna said. Yes. Just try to steal all y'all's money. That might be the goal. How can I turn the work I'm already doing into more content and ways to promotion? Yeah. That's definitely the plan. I think I keep getting, if I'm being truthful with y'all, I keep getting like second thoughts about it, because I look at like a 3-hour stream and I'm like, how the heck do I edit this into a video, like a 20-minute video, you know? And that's kind of like I don't know, it's like demoralizing, but it's like it's just very hard to like to do, you know? But it is what I want to do, and I think it's probably the right thing, but I keep going back and forth in my head. It's like, is this the right thing? Is it not the right thing? What should I be doing? You know? Which I think I just need to do it and then learn what sort of, what I need to like stop doing when I'm streaming to make the editing, or like what I need to do and what I need to not do while I'm streaming to make the editing process easier. Right. So yeah, I think that is the goal. I've just been having a hard time with it. Partly mentally, partly just like sorting through hours of footage. This is a second channel because the main channel videos are super high effort. I don't know if it's I'm so like conflicted on the second channel thing, you know? Because we're already uploading like the live VODs to the channel, you know? So I don't know if it makes sense to like post it on a second channel or not, but I don't know. So I don't get drowned in more regular uploads. Yeah, I kind of figured like I would do like, the idea would be try to do like 3 more regular uploads and then put the more higher effort content like every 3 episode kind of deal. And so it's like you're still getting both those contents on a single channel, because I've seen that work in some places too. I mean, I don't know. I had to figure that out, but I wasn't paying full attention, sorry. But the question is, what would be fun for a video? Not quite. What can we do on streams that can be turned into videos? Yeah, it's kind of that. It's kind of like, it's kind of how can we make streaming into videos, I guess, is kind of the thing. Or even TikToks or whatever. Yeah, I've been posting on TikToks, and I've been doing a lot of shorts lately, which is kind of why we haven't seen a lot of long form content out of me. And I've been posting them both on, you know, TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. So Anonymous, you're too smart. Please continue to share your wisdom. Indeed. Yeah, you answered that already when I asked. Okay, gotcha. I'm going to lurk mode, going to prepare something to eat. BRB. Okay, thank you. Thank you for lurking. I also struggle with this, so I'm sorry, but I don't have much meaningful info to share. No, I mean it's not even honestly info or like I feel like I have a direction, right? Like I know I should be posting more on whatever social media it is. I know I need to be coming out with content more frequently. I know I should be probably taking all my stream content and making it into videos. But I think that does mean to just like I think we do have to start catering a stream to like segments where I have meaningfully put what we are trying to like if we're doing a D&D thing, we have like an hour-long segment, right? Like where I will start part of the story, and by the time we get to like the break or whatever, right? The hour break, I will have had a meaningful like cliffhanger at the end of that, and then that I can cut down into a 20-minute video. Then I can then post instead of kind of just, you know, talking like, oh well, I guess it's time for our character to go get cookies. All right, you know, well, we'll do a break, but after that we'll come back, you know. So like, boys, today we're trying the Musketeer. I mean, Ludwig's like a great example though. Like I think doing like a AAE playtest stream, like doing it how he sort of like talks about the video, right? Or like talks about, it's like, and then we did this, like I would be like, you know, I played my game and we had the craziest ending, blah blah blah. Now here's how it goes, and I started by playing God of Magic, and she was playing God of Harvest, and blah blah blah. And here's how it went. And then we go into the video and like we start playing the game. And then, you know, I have, you know, like at this point, everything was going well, but then this happened. And then like we get hit by like the old god, right? And then, you know, that sort of format of video where it's kind of like I am narrating one of my streams is probably the way to do it, right? Like it's a good format. So like I basically need to like condense that stuff down where I can make a story out of whatever stream content I'm doing. You know, does that make sense? So you need to schedule or timers and actually make sure you follow them. I mean, more or less, yeah. An example of a streamer that's close to your energy, it's Flats. His intros are pretty chill, and I think it fits you more. I will look into them. I don't know who that is. But yeah. But yes, I think in order to facilitate this, again, A, I will be doing more special content. And B, I will probably change my stream schedule. I think those are the two biggest sort of like thoughts on that, or announcements, I guess you could say, but I don't really have like a specific thing for that. Can I propose an idea / challenge you might be helpful to get you started on this? Sure. I mean, one of the things too is like I can easily make a video on all your game jam entries, right? That's gonna be a good one. That's a special event that was server based and not stream based, but you know. But yeah, doing more interesting stuff on stream, and then editing those into videos, I think is a good idea. Is the long and short of it. And that's kind of why I want to make those changes to sort of facilitate that. Oh yeah, no Friday stream, right? Yeah, probably not. I don't think we're going to have a Friday stream this week. I probably could. I probably could early, but I'm basically just gone this weekend, so it's just not gonna work. All right, the game jam. I don't know how much inspiration I have left. I may need to come up with a new idea. That's fair. Are you feeling stuck on your idea? Like you don't know what to work on it more? Because it sounded like you had a good game loop, but read this in a New York accent. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Not sure if you'd be up for this. Super simple stream, just every stream think of your favorite moment or the most interesting moment and clip it and make a TikTok just simple about your favorite moment of stream, whether it's funny message or fun interaction with chat, etc. Yeah, no, for sure. And that I think is like one of the things that, well, I think events can lead to more of that, right? If I'm doing more interesting stuff, not just like yapping about whatever. I think that's a great idea. It'd be cool too to like, if you guys, whenever you guys make clips, right? If I do something funny, you can clip it and then I can just take that and post it elsewhere. That's also super helpful for me, you know? But yeah, you're totally right. I do need to do more of that, Anonymous. Yeah, Stock probably have no clue what to use, like cards, maybe board game. I just don't really know. I mean, sometimes you can just try something, see how it works, and worst case, it doesn't work out, right? Super Stock, literally 0 ideas, but made a dozen OCs during the period for my other stuff. There you go. Probably because I never did monsters before. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to like, if I can help in any way, but yeah. Mostly do monsters because they're easier for me to draw. I mean, yeah. I mean, I draw in the style I draw because it's easy to do, you know? Okay. Let's move away from this yap though. I think you get the idea. I'm probably going to change our schedule and I'm probably going to be doing more interesting things. That probably won't come until the start of the new year, just to like, because I need to get stuff set up for that. But and like the holiday schedule is going to be weird anyway, so here we are. But yeah, keep that in mind. I don't think about monsters usually. I just think about humanoid characters designs way more. I see. Pop open the D&D monster manual. Take a look at that for some inspiration. Not that you necessarily have one, but I think you can find like there's like a ripped version somewhere. I'm sure there's also like free ones that you could look at just to kind of get inspiration of. If I go too long with this roadblock, I'll just start copying. Honestly, that's exactly what I did with armies. I mean, I just kind of looked at something. I'm like, all right, it's good enough. It's going to be something like that. And I just like, you know, Google search something. Go on. Actually, you know what you should do? Go on Pinterest. There's a lot of AI stuff on there now, but even then, that can still be good inspiration. I think it's silly to not let you be inspired by that. But Hello, Grot. We'll probably get started with your thing in half a second. Pinterest is good. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's get started, Grot, and then I'll talk about some other stuff in a minute, because I do have one other thing I do want to talk about, but maybe we could do that while we're getting started. Seriously, the scale down the game was way too much for the time frame. Yep. It do be like that. Yeah, you only got 2 weeks. The issue with my stuff is I do something random and then add stuff to it. I can't pre-plan. Except for emojis, because that's baby stuff. I mean, honestly, the biggest thing to do, I guess, for like all of this is like, think of what your minimum viable product is. Like, what's the least you can do while making the game that you're thinking about, and make that. And then once you have that down, then you add to it, you know? And even if that's blank cards to start with, you don't need cards with stuff on them. You don't need the art. Obviously the art isn't important, and it might be like something that matters to you a lot, but just getting the base idea down and then filling that out from there. All right, Grot. Let's talk about your character here, your card, so we can get your ideas down before I start drawing it. You're saying a musketeer. Are you specifically envisioning it like a historic musketeer, or are you thinking just a character with a musket? Issue is, the way I think of mechanics is by making something first and then thinking of what makes sense. Explain. I want a card with a gun. Okay. That is all Grot cares about, is guns. I saw the Clash Royale Musketeer while I was scrolling through this. I think it's kind of cooler to have, like, I don't know. I don't think I want really like the sort of fencing musketeer. Like, there's this, here, let's go to art display. Like, this feels cooler to me. Like, where she's got like sort of gear. Oh, whoa. Hold up. Wait a minute. There we go. We sort of got like belts and like, I don't know, what are these, like powder things? Powder flasks. Like having some sort of gear that relates to the thing rather than just like a fancy, you know, feathered hat, you know, and whatnot. You know what I mean? Someone who's like designed around guns. Maybe go a little bit steampunk, because I feel like that kind of fits the idea, but not necessarily. I mean, like, you know, if you go, I mean, like, we have a robot, right? You could also do that with a feather hat too. True. I mean, something along the lines of the character always had D&D thing for like oh yeah. Okay, I can look at that. I could also just do... Yeah. Feather in the hat. Yeah. Musketeer definitely belongs in a flying ship. Could be. Musketeer, like the flying ship, I believe is part of the Ice Nation, so we could make them sort of like a gun-toting ice warrior, which could be kind of cool. Which we don't really think have a name for the Ice Nation, but... I don't see why they are mutually exclusive. Very true. I can agree. How's there just Musketeer shame? Let me look that up. Oh, like Three Musketeer kind of vibe. Yeah, I mean we can go that way if we really want to. I don't mind it. I kind of want to fit. Yeah. I got it. It auto corrected. I do want to fit the army's lore and aesthetic without going too far outside of it, but I want somewhere between the real world and something that it already exists, you know? I can't forgive you, Anonymous. Grot. You thinking a lady character, a guy character? Do you care? Should I show you the body type so you can decide? Because of course we've got the regular body, the sort of narrow-waisted one, which is, I guess, could be really either gender there, but more of a lady one. Big beefy guy, skinny dude, square boy. Doesn't have legs for some reason. So A, B, C, D, E, F. So I'm looking at some inspiration here. Narrow body, maybe something inspired by Caitlyn from Arcane. She had a magic sniper rifle. Ooh, okay, I kind of like that. Yeah, sort of like steampunky sniper. Okay, we'll take multiple inspirations from a few different things. Probably get it. So this one. Okay. A musketeer. You must get tears. It is a requirement. Skinny guy. I mean, I think for as far as like pose goes, I think we probably keep it somewhat simple and we do like Give me a second here. I'm trying to find my card template. There we go. We do something simple where it's like them. Where's the gun? Like eyes down sights kind of deal. Make guns closer to the cheek. And maybe the sort of like I don't know if I'm gonna have to look at the pose, but how would you be leaning, right? And then like sort of the like crouched pose. This is not quite right, but you know what I mean, right? Like where they're kind of like crouched down. Obviously this is really rough, but this is kind of what I was envisioning, right? the proportions are super turbo wrong, but I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I started the head and body way too large. I think the body's probably a little bit, should be less tilted, but we'll figure out the pose exactly. But I think this is the kind of like thought I'm thinking, and then we can kind of have like a cool like explosion coming out of the end of the gun, you know? I think that'd be kind of cool. Came back, getting calls during stream, classic. I recommend actually taking inspiration from Crash a Musket, unironically, because it's steampunk aesthetic, blah, blah, blah. Not the musketeer, but the weapon itself. Gotcha. I'll take a look, for sure. But something like this, as far as pose goes. Then maybe we give him a hat with a feather, you know. Some sort of shoulder pad. Okay, let's talk. Okay, we need to know again, are we doing this as like a lady, a guy? Somewhere in between? Or what sort of what sort of like theme are we going for here? Like what sort of lady, why not? Okay. And then what do we want to go with the Ice Nation? We could go with something sort of like you know, steampunk ice sort of vibe. We could go I guess like full steampunk, which we don't really have exactly where the Iron Sentinel came from. I guess they're post-war, right? Like or during the entropy era there. So a lot of these things have like existed before, you know, the Great War here. Because like technically the airship is like in sort of the ice realm. So we could go with something like that. I want to go full steampunk. I want guns and God of Destruction. I mean, ice could still be in God of Destruction despite that, but let me look at something. Look up association. Okay. I'll take some look. Yo, Boo, what up, dude? Mod squad assemble. I guess we could replace Barbarian in the Destruction deck if we want to fit him in somewhere. I just wanted to see like what we could do with that. Wait, hello, Project Moon, a man of culture. Wait, hold on. Made 0 progress in the game jam, but I think I will lock in this weekend. Heck yeah. It'll be good to see. It'll be cool to see what you come up with. I do like your idea. It's great. I think the idea has legs. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I haven't actually played Limbus. Okay, these are things I don't know what anyone's talking about, but I'm sure it's cool, and I just don't know. Okay, I just wanted to look at the deck there for a second. All right, we can go full as full steampunk as we can go. All right, skinny lady, steampunk. I think the Caitlyn vibes are probably pretty good. I'm just looking through some references here while I kind of decide what I want to do here. Never go full steampunk. No, Joe, it's gonna Please don't worry about the nerdy talk. Yeah, I'm glossing over it. Not because I'm uninterested, but because I need to focus to make sure we're getting something we want here. Okay, I feel like if we're going steampunk, armor is usually a good way to go about it. I kind of like the idea of like we're gonna kind of just start doodling here and see how it looks. Like give her like a chest plate and then maybe a shoulder pad. Gotta do that, the asymmetrical design, and then maybe like on the other side we have like a half cape to keep with like the, you know, your typical musketeer theme. And then like a belt with gear. Maybe we do the X belt, a classic. Potentially tailcoat. We almost could take a bit of inspiration from I do have a pirate soul character that looks kind of cool. Fur and feathers go hard AF, indeed. That would be like, it sounds like a game name. They're like armored characters also have those luxury elements, fur and feathers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How are we doing on time? Did I miss the ad? I feel like I missed the ad. I sure did. We're currently in it. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take a break. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board game. However, to tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics, when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever? And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button.
Okay.
Or maybe you played a game where the story is
honestly, the pirate, I'm just pulling it up now, from Soul. We got some vibes here that could work, that I kind of like. I like the tailcoat. I like we can do like a better job now that we've, whatever. But I do kind of like the outfit, you know, a bit, at least the shapes involved in it and stuff. The more spiky shoulder pads. You will fall for Project Moon eventually. 2 beats. It is inevitable. Yes, it is inevitable. Project Moon. Oh, like their games. Gotcha. I'm like, huh? I see. This here was really from the airship, and the airship was actually home to Rich Nation, which was so advanced through their ability to travel and trade. That's kind of the idea of the Ice Nation. You ever considered getting a gorilla couch for your office? No, not even once. Impeccable drip. My office can't handle any more anything, if I'm being honest. There's already too much stuff in my office. Well, if you replaced your current couch, I feel like no. One thing you guys don't know about too is he's got a wacky sense of humor. Actually, you probably do know it about him. You know, knowing his game jam entry. As you know, me and two know each other outside of stream, and he always sends me the weirdest memes. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, okay, I said it, and I'm like, okay, maybe you do know, you know. He always sends me the weirdest memes. A lot of time they're funny, and a lot of time I'm like, what the hell even is this? Sometimes I'm afraid two has brain rot. He wears it proudly on his sleeves. That's why we love him. True. It's very, very true. We wouldn't have it any other way, but man. Sometimes he's a character, you know? I like nothing of what I've drawn so far. The ideas are not flowing. He's probably texting me like, why are you calling me out like that? No. I'm starting over. Yeah, because I think I kind of want... Night chat. I'll be heading out now because my bed wants me and it's late. Is it really that late? I guess so. Anyway, I'll do my best. Drip is too much. Needs a fur collar. Please look at. I think I did. I pulled it up. Oh, I know I didn't. Gotta just send these links and the pictures in stream chat. I will pull it up though. Just making me do all the work. God. Oh, that's very fluffy. Very much drip. But yeah, it's late for me. I just, for some reason, I thought it was only like, was it 6 hours? Is it 8? Or is it later than that? I can't remember how late it is. That's still late, but don't get me wrong. I just thought it was not, I don't know. I couldn't remember what time it was. Anyway, you're also sick, so feel better. I will try to do you proud here, Grot. Do what I can. Beats, we need that drip for this character. I will do my darndest. Oh, 9:15. I'm tired for some reason. No, you're good. I just for some reason like yeah. No, you're good. Obviously, go sleep. I mean, like you said, you've been sick, so that kind of makes sense, right? Makes sense that you were tired. Who would have thought? Yeah, I think they might end up as part of the Ice Nation because I think it makes sense. But they will look steampunky because the Ice Nation is kind of steampunky. So I think that might be how it do. I mean, I've already looked it up, so you're good. I was just giving you a hard time. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, we'll get a fluffy collar, and that also makes sense with the Ice Nation having a fur collar. Okay, I'm back. Hello, back. Hi, I'm back. Hi, back. I'm back. Back. Hello. How's it going? How's it going? We're going good. Grot redeemed a Musketeer card. And we kind of did some yap on the future of our streams here. Probably going to change our schedule a bit. And I kind of want to do more YouTube content that is based off of our streams, so that might change some stream content as well. Probably more event stuff. But yeah, pretty much what we've talked about so far. I did have one other thing I need to talk about while I'm kind of working on this. I don't think it's 100% set in stone yet, but Nova, you may have seen her in our chat here a few times, has invited me to an art review thing. And I'm supposed to submit like 3-ish art pieces to talk about. And I've been trying to figure out what art pieces I should submit. She said I could do like a collage of some of the cards if I wanted to do that, because I also do have like non-card arts, right? Which is crazy. I've been sort of doing a what's it called? Like 2025 in review of like my own stuff and how far I've come and whatnot. And I've made over 150 art pieces this year. If you include all the cards and all that. Which some might say is a lot. So I've been having a hard time narrowing that down. So if you guys want to tell me what your favorite art piece of mine is, I would love to hear. Yes, I would say that's a lot indeed. Yeah, if you have a favorite or a few favorites, this could include A, being armies against entropy cards, or B, anything else I've done. Because there is the, like there are, you know, we did, what's it called? Like the Hodl and the Waddle, you know, we did, all the other stream art. We did, what else have we done? Am I getting too three-dimensional for this? Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna keep going. See how it goes. Kind of like the idea of maybe like a bandolier over the armor. Yeah, I would love to hear y'all's favorite arts, if you have any. I also, like, I didn't do a lot of stuff that wasn't, like, I did a lot of, like, most of the art has been on stream. I haven't done a lot of art that isn't on stream. The Mona Lisa. No, I meant, get out of here. Guy or tuna. I meant of mine. You fiend. I also don't know if I believe you that the Mona Lisa is one of your favorite art pieces. I had to. Sorry I'm not in the chat much, but I'm lurking. Life is chaos. I feel ya. You're allowed. You have children. You're allowed to not be in the chat much. Everyone else, you have to be in the chat. Until you have children, you have to be here. It is a requirement. Hi, everybody. We're just glad to have you in any capacity, indeed. How far back can we go? That far. That's better. Ermagerd, I love Gers. Guys. Can't say the whole thing in the sentence. It just sounds weird. We like this fig, indeed. And yes, children are excessive. Excessive? Yeah. Why would you undo... Why is your undo limited? That's my least favorite thing with digital art. Yeah, that's true. storage space mostly. Okay, bandolier. We need a fluffy collar is in order, I suppose. I like how no one answered my question. You just hassled me and moved on. You need to allocate more scratch space though. You can increase the number in your settings. Okay, we need, yeah. I was saying, what's your favorite arts I have done this year? Because I have art to submit to one of our friends to do a sort of art review stream on her stream. Any art I've done within the last year, specifically. Doesn't have to be card art. Any art at all. Should this be like a hood, or should it just be like a, I guess it's just a collar, right? I don't know if I've witnessed any card besides for the game. Bard, Assassin, Shapeshifter, Sentinel, Exploration Vessel. Okay. Most of it, I would say, is card art. I think the only stuff that wasn't was... Well, all of Blade of Blackridge was this year, right? All of Blade of Blackridge art was this year. Lady and Bugbear in the game. Oh, the what's it called? Beast Tamer, Magic Academy, Mushroom Forest. I like those three as well. Guppy is not from this year, unfortunately. Also, wasn't a solo art. Wasn't just me. But yeah, all of Blade of Blackridge art as well, I believe, is this year, right? Yeah, I was saying I've done, I think, 150 arts this year. Art pieces. Yeah, Blade of Blackridge was from... Well, these are all date modified, old. Yeah, very early this year. Originally, and then I modified every single art, so I think that counts. And then we have all our streaming art. So I guess technically little guys count, right? We've got all this stuff. We got like this one. Who could forget this one? I wouldn't say it's like one of my best art, but I'm surprised Toot didn't say this one. This isn't Toot's favorite art for some reason. I don't understand why. You know, also the you know, the Waddle Waddle. Waddle Waddle was a good one. That, no contest. Just me holding hands with Toot. The Waddle Waddle and Hoddle Waddle were both this year. Those are both good ones. I honestly think I like the Waddle Waddle better. I just like, it's so whimsical. We also have, I think the only art piece I did for myself that's like potentially worth submitting this year would be the, I was going to say I really like the water one. Yeah, that one I was really happy with too. The only one I think was this lady. Like that one was pretty good. Like that one I put like a lot of effort into, like past like, you know, whatever. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I think that one. The dude that did for me, that'll keep working on until the end of time because I'll be redeeming. There you go. It's never finished. Oh, I also did the Deep 2 art. Also, all the little guys. Those are also things I did. You know? You guys not seen this one? This was the Deep 2 art. That's awesome. Yeah. It was my gift to him for sending me this this art pad. Yeah, the idea was like it's sort of like a steampunk diver, but the like the sort of steampunk armor is kind of made out of like instruments. Like this is like a what's that, tuba sort of parts on the side, and like this is like a, you know, saxophone part. So it's kind of like the toot part is the whatever, and then obviously it's a diver. But so does deep toot mean a fart deep underwater? So my idea was like the musical element. I was like, I can make a fart joke or I can make something cool, and so I decided to do something cool instead. And then eventually I made him just the little guy, which is a little stink cloud. So I think I satisfied both requirements. So yeah, there's that, right? We did that. That was actually one of the only other things I did sort of as a, I think. There's some other stuff I did, but those like too personal to share, which makes it sound weird, but I promise you it's not. It's just more for family stuff. Saxophone can be played with farts, I'm sure, and we don't see anything below the shoulders. There you go. That can be your headcanon if you really need it to be. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try and decide what art to share, but I was tempted to do this one, but it doesn't really have enough meaning, and it's kind of like a weird like art style, you know? Like not weird, but like it's different than anything I've did. Her head's kind of chibi-esque, but I thought like the effort I put into it was cool. Like her eyes I really liked, but I'm at 15K in 2 streams, by the way. Nice. Anyway, back to drawing this. So yeah, that's pretty much everything, I think. So I don't know exactly what I want to do for all that, but what I want to submit. I'm almost at 12 right now. Nice. A fancy steampunk snow warrior is what we're going for. How do we feel about this idea? I think that is the official concept I am solidifying in my mind. The cool thing about doing an AE card for a Game Jam winner is it has to reference their game in some way. So for Two's Dating Sim, it would just be yourself, which is already an option. I did say you could potentially just have one of your choice. I think it will be much cooler if it ends up being something related to their game. If someone was really like, oh, I don't really want to have it for my game, you know, then I would allow that, but yes, I think I do like the idea that it's like specifically from their game. And it would be funny if it just ends up being me. Freaking toot, man. What a toot. Great, you won. Now I'll draw myself as a reward for you. It makes me sound so like I don't know, self-centered, egotistical. I'm not sold on this fluffy collar right now, but I don't know if it needs more or less, and I think I just added too much. We'll just leave it like that for now. Everything can be twisted out of context, indeed. What are we thinking so far? Do we like it? Do we hate it? Sort of like a chest plate with a bandolier. Maybe we could also do a belt. I don't know. I was also kind of maybe thinking like a, you know, a tailcoat kind of thing would be kind of cool. Kind of go with the fancy vibe. Do you guys know I have a tailcoat? One of my old coworkers was like, this would look good. This would fit you. And I'm like, what is it? And he's like, here it is. It's all yours. I'm like, okay. And it's like literally like a magician's tailcoat. I'm like, I mean, yeah, it fits perfectly, but where am I ever going to use this? I like it. You kept the fur tasteful. I could go crazy with it, but I might refix it a little bit. I don't quite like the shape of it right now, but armor would be too high. Yeah, I was kind of feeling that too. Maybe the whole thing can just come down. Yeah, 100%. I knew something was wrong there, but I couldn't figure out what it was. So thank you. I was like, why does this look wrong? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then maybe we have like, again, I want to look at the pirate again. And I kind of have that sort of going on. We like that? Is that cool? Like perspective wise doesn't quite work. No, I think we'll do like buttons. I love wearing stuff like that, but I have too much casual clothing. Once I grow a munch up mustache, I'll exclusively dress fancy. There you go. fancy tuna. I was originally thinking a shoulder pad, but I don't know anymore. Ooh. Maybe I do know anymore. Yeah. Yeah, shoulder pad. I'm not. I need to redo the fluffs one more time, I think. The fluffs. Maybe the fluffs need to be higher. I think the problem is that, oops, is that it's like, I don't have enough shape to it. I almost need like it needs to have like an arc, right? Or let's look at your reference again. Oops. Yeah, your reference is absolutely absurd as far as poofiness. Like, this is the general shape it needs to be. And then we need to kind of, well, maybe again, a little more tasteful. Like that. And then we need to follow that sort of arc. There's like fluff there, fluff here. I don't know, maybe something more like that. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's better. I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't go back far enough. Just deleted everything. This isn't even like the final art. I don't know. That's better. I like that better. By the way, watched record of Ragnarok season 3 today. Never heard of it, which is a show about a fighting tournament between gods. Oh, and mankind. Maybe I have heard of it. And Nicholas Tesla was kind of, so I think an inventor card would be an eventual possibility. I could see that. Contestant. Okay, that makes more sense. I love Nikola Tesla because he's a icon. There you go. Science. He's a cool guy, you know. It's pretty rad. It's kind of thinking like the little, like some sort of fancy embellishment on the end here. Like maybe I don't know if that's how I would draw that, but like maybe a little tassel sort of thing, you know what I mean? Ooh, didn't let me do that. I'm on the wrong layer. That's okay. Also, I was thinking of redeeming a Mad Scientist card, but I have been struggling with thinking of what would be a cool thing for it to do. I mean, you don't necessarily have to have a mechanic for it. We will figure it out. Because regardless of what the mechanic might end up being, there's a good chance it will change based on like if it can fit the game or not, you know? So you are more than welcome to redeem any sort of card you would like. I think we're getting close to being done with the body part here. I think, in fact, I think we are. I think that's pretty cool. And then we do need to do a hat. And I guess we can do the, you know, the typical. I don't know. I kind of almost like, if we are doing Ice Nation, I kind of almost want it to be somewhere between like a sort of a winter hat and a I'd like to see a mad scientist.
Just redeemed make an e-card. You have convinced me. I would like to see a mad scientist.
Okay, we will do the mad scientist as the next card. Obviously, we got to finish this one first because this is Grot's redeem. But once we do that, we will do that. Delio. By the way, as always, I've been listening to your stream in the background while I do some art. Yes, for the Game Jam, I'm just making things and seeing where it goes. Indeed. You have convinced me. Okay. I already read that. Or it read that. If anyone needs me, ping me. Okay, deal. I'm going to need you to stop what you're doing and drive down here to fill up the dragon with fog juice. You can't tell me what to do. Is it in desperate need of fog juice? Has it been filled with fog juice since I've been there? For context, everyone, there was a dragon where I used to work that breathes fog, and Ian wants me to go fix it. It was pretty cool. What a weak dragon. I could beat it. I'm to blame for your currently massive workload, Beats. What do you mean? In what way? Just that I have 2 cards I need to draw. I think this looks pretty cool. I'm kind of happy with this. Okay, hat. Oh, 2 AAE cards and then a doodle. Yeah, true. Did you redeem that, or is that? No, okay. You just will have it in a bit. Yeah, I may have to start working on AAE cards outside of stream. Maybe there's a chance. What do medieval winter hats look like? More circle-y. More circle-like, you know? We could do that. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if we want to do like a big old brim or not. Don't, because it's peak content. Yeah. Unless you want to make one last god for a C deck. No, I just really want to get the decks that we have done or need to get done. Honestly, I don't know when the last time we refilled it. But it's just time. Just checking out your stream during lunch. Can't stay. Have a great day, man. You too, dude. I appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping by. Always good to see you here. Yeah, maybe we do just big old hat. Maybe we just do a big old hat. Fine, fine. I've been convinced. You're done. K-pop Demon Hunter reference. I haven't actually seen K-pop Demon Hunters, and I need to. Yikes, do not want to get on this lady's bad side. She's menacing. Is she? Is it her big old hat? I feel like her head is too big. Her hat's definitely too big too. Everything's too big here. I wonder if the head size on my characters has been getting progressively smaller. I would be willing to bet you that it is. Problem is too, everyone redeems heroes and they're all going to be heroes. I probably will have to increase the price of these cards though. I think that is probably something that's going to happen shortly. So if you want a hero card, you should redeem it. Redeem it now before I increase the price. How do we feel about an eye patch? That seems kind of counterproductive, though. Like, she probably wouldn't be a very good sniper if she had only one eye. Unless we give her, like, a goggle. I don't know. Or maybe just goggles in general. I can't draw. I need eyes. Stat. Maybe 50K? Maybe. Sound like Carl from The Walking Dead. I'm blanking on what. Oh, blind snipers. Yeah, it is kind of cool. I mean, I don't hate an eye patch, you know? Just a singular or like a I don't know. Sort of tells a story, right? But also could just look like she's looking this way. Or maybe we just I don't know. Part of the problem with the hat is it needs to go up higher. We're just gonna move the head lower instead. I'm locked in. Hold on. Goggle will also work, though. So up to you what you prefer. Turned out cool. I've been saving up so many Bitcoin since I stopped making you do push-ups. Maybe you should get sick more often, JK. I guess so. It's just about to do until you remind me of this. Phew. Yeah, I'll probably be better by next stream. Where you can continue to waste your hard-earned points. I'm just kidding. It's not really waste. I don't even know what hairstyle I'm going for here. Hairstyle suggestions with a hat. Thoughts? Can't really do a ponytail because like that's weird coming out there. I like this hairstyle you had. Same. Okay, yeah, I did like that part. I'm not sure about the back part of the hair. Like this part. I feel like it could be better. But going in different directions is okay, I think. Yeah, I think that's what was bothering me about it. I just like simplify it a little bit. I'm gonna invest in robots with the coin slot in the tummy so that they can make their abs progressively more defined as you deposit more. Speaking of hair, sounds freaking sick, dude. Infinite money glitch. But what if the abs get so defined that the coin slot disappears from all the muscles? She'll probably be squinting with one of the eyes because the way like she's gonna shoot her gun, I think, but I kind of feel like a long gun is just cool here. I know you sent some reference. You kind of like a blunderbuss sort of look. I kind of like the, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just envisioning like an actual more of like a musket. It's probably way too long. God, what are we doing on time? Okay, 6 seconds till ad. Look at that. My ad instincts were tingling. This is not quite right, but we'll get there. Okay, quick ad break. I will be back. Oh God, I'm behind on whatever. Anyway, ad time. I'll be back. BRB, 3 minutes.
Hey, I'm Beats. Physics is a tricky theme to adapt to a board
you know,
game.
whatever. We're just
However,
gonna watch
to
this one.
tackle it, I decided to make gravity one of the main sources of movement. At first, I thought of a Tetris-style approach where everything moves downward, but I thought that was kind of dull, so I brainstormed a bit and came up with a space concept. I could use planets and other celestial bodies to manipulate gravity in different directions. That led me to my first major card type, celestial bodies, consisting of planets, moons, asteroids, stars, and black holes. Each one has its own mass, which determines how hard it pulls things, and a directional arrow that tells you which way it pulls. They also have an energy value, which players can use to convert into power. I chose a square format so that they could be used as tiles on the board, and then digitally painted a celestial body for each of them. Up next are player cards, which I called ship components. Not sure it's really fitting anymore, but that's what I called them. They come in 4 flavors. Effectors, which did things like reduce mass or change the direction of gravity. Creators, which spawn additional celestial bodies onto the map. Propulsion systems, which give you extra movement options. And power systems, which grant you power that you can spend on more movement, or the other card types, provided you have enough. To match the sci-fi look, I decided to give these cards a hologram HUD sort of design. I'll admit I borrowed some elements from one of my other projects. Despite that, I highly recommend self-plagiarism. It may seem like cheating, but it's no different than downloading assets, and this way you can have a unique visual identity across all your games. And with that, this is Stellar Shift. At the start, players place their ships and a few celestial bodies on the map. After that is player phase, where players use ship components to move across the board and manipulate celestial bodies. And then comes the shift phase. During shift phase, each celestial body activates, one at a time from left to right, top to bottom, pulling ships based on its mass and direction. If you get pulled into a celestial body, you lose the game. After that comes the next phase, where each player will place a new celestial body somewhere on the board. The cycle then repeats until there's just one pilot left standing. Or flying, I guess. Overall, I think it turned out all right. The games are usually extremely quick, lasting 2 to 3 rounds, which is maybe a little bit too fast, but kind of a refreshing pace compared to my other games, which can last hours. And this game would also be best to be played with a chess clock or something like that to keep it from getting too tedious. If you enjoyed my part of this video, check out my YouTube channel, where I talk board games, card games, tabletop RPGs, and game design as a whole. Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics, when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever? And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button. Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rule.
You hear her. She's purring. You left your motor running? I know, right? Oh, is there birds? You wanna go see the birds? I missed a lot. Dang, both Grot and DDP did card games? Indeed. I would do a whale hunter if I was doing another. But so many heroes at this point, indeed. Blunderbuss was what I think of when I think of steampunk guns. That's fair. Where's yours too? We need to make a workout spell at this point with how faithful you are with redeems. ODDP. I have something else in mind. Oh no. It's just me. A bald redeem. Whatever. Cast feline location spell. Find a fearsome dragon. Flip a coin. Heads, it'll destroy god cards. Tails, it ignores. The dragon ignores you and goes to chase a ball of yarn. Indeed. Workout spell. Gain 10 units every time 2 thinks about beats. God, infinite money glitch, I was gonna say. So all the time. Unleash the bald spell. Disable all cards for 3 turns with the shine of baldness. True. The fact that it's like steampunk weapons is a crazy concept because that would imply that the weapons are powered by steam, which you don't really see. You just see like guns. You don't usually see a truly steampunk weapon. You know what I mean? How often have you seen like a hydraulic heat weapon in a steampunk universe? I would hazard to say never. Step it up, steampunk. Although steampunk is kind of like a really niche genre. Like, you think it would be more popular, but it's arguably not. Like, there's a lot of steampunk lore and that kind of thing, but I feel like it doesn't really get as much like stuff like, I don't know, like there's not as much content you'd think there would be with it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Am I making any sense? I feel like a powder rifle like this with a scope would be a terrible idea because you're just gonna destroy your eyes, but which is why goggles would probably make sense, but we ain't doing that right now. I don't think I'm gonna give her goggles. I think that's just gonna be too much. Maybe one too many things, but maybe not. We'll see. I kind of hate how this is on its side. I'm not gonna lie to you. Or whatever, standing upright. I need to see it in the way it will be held. That's about right size. Okay, jeez. How would this work if you think about beats indefinitely? In theory, yeah, it's infinite money glitch. By the time you're done adding the first 10 units, you've already add another 50 to add, so you keep adding them. Every second of thought is 10 units. Steampunk cogs for me. Steampunk is kinda just everything, but it isn't everything, but doesn't stand alone stuff as much as other genres. Yeah, exactly. I prefer medieval fantasy because I like close range weapons. Yeah, and religious themes. Fair enough. I would be worried about the fact that a steampunk weapon would use brass or copper than the scope. I'd be more worried about the fact that the steampunk weapon uses brass or copper than the scope. Yeah. Well, it's more the scope part that I think would be bad is that if you have a musket and you shoot like a black powder rifle, just there's smoke everywhere and it would just destroy your eyes, is my thought. Oh, you're talking about that the gun is made out of brass or copper instead of like steel. I see what you're saying now. Now I understand. The gun would not be durable enough. Hungry honeycomb. Sorry, I was just reading the name. I'm like, oh, this is a Hungry honeycomb boy sin 47A or 7A. I don't know where I got the 4 from. Blocked for the term best viewers. You know how it is. Can't say the curse words around here. Or worried. It's an incredible poem. I don't know if it was intentional, but I love it. Not intentional, just can't type. Or worried. Yeah, it actually is kind of good. You know, I've been making you guys stare at a white background this whole time. I usually do one of these. Dark mode activated. Well, there's officially guns in armies. Grot made it so.
Deep Toot 123 just redeemed make an e-card. I want something for the turtles. Either a turtle master hero that synergizes with turtles or a turtle themed turtle structure, whatever you think would fit best.
3, dear Lord. Turtle themed something or other. More turtles, demands Toot. I'm gonna have to give that some thought. Yui, hello. Hail and well met. How you doing today? Anonymous, don't start redeeming or we're done for. True. We are making a musketeer card that Grot redeemed. We have 2 more cards on top of that. Y'all want me to be making cards for forever, apparently. I was like, hey, we should probably start doing other things. And you guys were like, nuh-uh. We're going to be doing cards forever. So there. Deal with it. Please don't redeem. Okay, so Han, I'm so bad with pronouncing names. I keep pronouncing the second part of your name. Aoi? Is it Aoi? Aoi Yui? Am I saying that right? I was like, how do you pronounce 3 vowels in a row? You know what I'm saying? I know it's like a Japanese name, right? Am I saying that right? I know, like, I think we talked about this when you were first here, and I'm just really bad with names, so, but I just want to be able to do it right, you know? I know, I'm pretty sure you said you didn't care either way, if I remember correctly, but sometimes you just want to know, you know, for your edification. It's actually after one of my favorite flowers. Well, now we need to look up what that flower looks like. Is that like a Is that the name of the flower? I can't find it. Reels having 5,000k Bitcoins now has been here for 5 years. Secret watcher. That would be funny. I flower the pink one. Ah, pretty. Very nice. That is a very pretty flower. Oh yeah. A Japanese rose shrub. Nice. Oh yeah. A flower field land would actually be really cool. Ooh, I would like that. That would be cool. Yeah, I gotta think now. I gotta think about Toots Redeem though too. How do we incorporate more turtles into this game? Turtle structure, turtle. I would rather it be not a hero. We could have some sort of like, you know, the Turtle Lord, you know, like a hero, but it would be nicer to not have to have it be a hero. Ideally, because we have too many heroes already. Well, after red carnations are very cool too. Ooh, yeah. Astro from Kung Fu Panda. I literally thought of that for half a second. I was like, oh, what about like a turtle person? And I'm like, no, please no. Maybe something made from turtle shells. I was thinking about that, but then I thought of Husk and how that's just a dead turtle. And I don't think that's what you're looking for. Your mortal enemy, husks. Do 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 do. I like how like everyone has like this super cool Spotify Wrapped you know, thing. And then you look at mine and it's literally just all my entire Steam playlist or stream playlist. It's like, oh yeah, I have like all these cool songs. I'm like, I have Lazy Laser on here 20,000 times. I don't know, something like that. Let's not get too detailed. Turtle hatchery. Isn't Turtles working on saving the turtle population? True. Beat him to it. Beat him to it. I can't even find my rap on Spotify. I only got Discord rap. Weird. I think it's only on mobile. I don't think you can look at it on whatever. On a computer, if that's what you're doing. Most of them like don't work on computer for some reason. All right, what do we think? Do we like it? Are we happy with it? We feeling good about it? Do we like our musketeer? course, I am going to make it hard to like reposition the legs because they're going to be behind. We're just going to do this, and then the legs will have to be like on a separate layer because the tail coat makes it easier to pose them. Or you maybe want more subtle, you can be a blacksmith forge and some kind of gear can be made out of turtle shells. Also, I thought of you and Tuna were like messing with me because Tuna also said the same thing as I said. With the turtle shell thing. Great minds think alike, as they say. What are you doing, kitten? What you doing? What are you doing? Okay, let's line art. Let's line art it up. I guess this technically won't be here. The key to make sure you're not drawing on the wrong layers, make sure your sketch layer is transparent. And if you start drawing on your sketch layer and for some reason your black line art looks gray, then it might be because you're not drawing on the right layer. Doesn't always work, but works well for me. Yeah, turtles. I will think about that. Usually the turtles are like in the desert sort of category. But I guess we could also put them in sort of an ocean category. I don't really know. I could see a hatchery also being a land where we just have more turtle lands. See everyone talking about Spotify Wrapped, but I have never used Spotify, so I'm super confused. Just download music directly onto my device. It's when you wrap Spotify in aluminum foil. True. I would never mess with you, at least not while you're talking about turtles. Well, 2 would definitely mess with you, as per his previous statement. Please mess with me, Tuna. Wait, what if it was a beach like we already talked about and it was just a turtle beach? That could work. Just have like little baby turtles on the beach, like crawling toward the ocean. I mean, we already did the sea card, but we could just make another land that's water. Stop? Stop what? Gonna playtest my turtle slinging deck. Stop talking about baby turtles. It's making me tear up. Okay, so I feel like this might be the card that we need to make. Just a bunch of baby turtles. For a beach card. Yes, maybe. And then we can make a beach land and that'll be good. We'll use that for humanity, I guess. As a structure of land, I think it would be a land. So it would just be a beach land, but we would draw a lot of little baby turtles on it. Would be the idea. That's my current working idea. Unless you really want a card to be another turtle type card. Baby turtle, baby turtle, baby turtle, baby turtle, baby turtle, baby turtle, baby turtle. Baby turtle. Baby turtle. Baby turtle. Baby turtle. Baby turtle. It's literally making me tear up. Well, I hope you're full-blown crying at work. You came back at a great time, you did. I'm probably too is just full-blown crying at work, and his coworkers are like, what are you crying about? He's like, just like, they're really kids. I just really like baby turtles. They're just new. That's what I imagine. Like, you know, like the I just really like cats lady, but about turtles. I shed a single tear. I looked up baby turtles. My boss walked in. Good. You're like, reference for, should I be doing this in line art or should I just do it in coloring? Nah, whatever. It's too late. We're already doing it. Remind me when we get to the actual card phase that I need to start recording. Although I don't think we're probably gonna get to that today unless we go late, but I kind of don't expect that to happen necessarily. We could go a little bit late, but I don't expect to go like turbo late. So do you like that idea too? Does that work for you? We'll have to talk about DDP's idea too, Mad Scientist. That one's kind of easier though. You know, it's like more straightforward. Thing that makes me tear up about baby turtles is most get eaten before they get to the sea. That's your depressing fact of the day. When I was a wee lad, my mom and I were walking through Chinatown, New York, and they were selling baby turtles on the street. Damn. My mom didn't have the heart to tell me it was for soup. Oh no. I'm good with baby turtle beach. Okay. I'm interested in how you deliver that concept. Okay. Deal. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I made a bunch of cards that I'm like, these will be the cards that are going to be in the decks. And then now I'm like, you know what? I'm probably just going to make the ones that you guys made work in that way somehow. Instead of drawing like, although most of them are heroes, so it's kind of different, but I may actually not do this head. Like I may redraw it because the line art is bigger than it should be and kind of blurry. I think you might just need to finish humanity and then accept deck building will be a thing. Well, yeah, that's kind of the goal, right? I mean, I have like, I had like 15 cards I wanted to do. But yeah, that's true. That is very true. I 100% should have clipped you yelling baby turtles 100 times. There you go. It's true. Yeah, I guess that would have been a clippable moment. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take her legs and just rip them off. Just sound really morbid about it. Legs. Because the problem is when she has a tailcoat, it will, legs kind of get in the way. So we just want to have them on a separate layer so we can pose her later. I was thinking generic mad scientist type doing some experiments on some old god cards. Yeah, you can see it. The mad scientist. Why is he so mad, you know? Why you gotta be so mad? It's only a game. I'm dying. Imagine if the sentry was linked to the scientist somehow. Scientist building minion crushing robots. I could see that. It'd be the same sort of vibe. For sure. Dolphinately for sharks. A robotic endling entering the enemy ranks and caused disorder. Indeed. I can see that as well. Well, I mean, I have thought of a like a double agent sort of card. I don't know how well it would work, but I think there is potential there. Had ideas for a card. Where it kind of like plays like an enemy card, but it but it like it has an attack order like an enemy card, but then it let me look up a feather. It has an attack order like an enemy card, but then it plays like destroys like old god structures and ruins. Is kind of the idea. Maybe something like make an enemy minion with 2 health that can attack and destroys the old god for the next Old God card next to it when destroyed. That could be interesting. Huh. I could see something like that. That is interesting. For surezies. I will have to. That is kind of cool. Like you put something into the enemy zone, and then when you kill it, it destroys something else. So like increases the difficulty, but then if you kill it, it hurts something else. That is kind of cool. I do kind of like that. I don't know how you incorporate the card tied to each other, but maybe if it were outside the deck, you can pick them up whenever. Well, I mean, you could just draw a minion, right? So like you play a minion, when that minion specifically dies, it hurts the old god of in some sort, some fashion. All right, making this too symmetrical. So it's a card in your deck you put on the enemy side? No, it'd be like you... Wait, are we talking about the thing you were talking about? Or are you talking about the like double agent card? Because like if you're talking about like mad scientist could potentially just put a minion both. Okay. My thought is a mad scientist could, all right, this is too sharp of angles here. A mad scientist could be like what you were saying is you put a minion on the other side of the board. And then that minion, when it dies, grants you some sort of benefit, like deals damage or something, right? Like kills a card. And that could just be any minion card. The double agent thing I was talking about would be specifically one of your cards you put in the old god field. And then so it would attack you. But like at the start of every one of your turns, it would do something to help you. Would be the concept, at least. But it always gets weird when you play around with using the enemy as like a ally of any sort, because there's always exceptions you didn't think about, and that causes a lot of problems usually. This is on the head layer. I probably need to put this on a different layer, but not that big of a deal because they're not touching. So it looks like without the lines between, and then we'll go from there. Maybe we'll do a knob on the top too. Okay. Mine is basically a card that summons a double agent. Yeah. It's interesting in general to have a card that plays and summons old god cards for some sort of trade-off. Yeah, exactly. I need eyes for this card. I need to just include eyes in the template. Okay, coloring time. I'm trying to decide how long we go for. Because we got 15 minutes till another ad. And then that will technically be our 3 hours. I don't know. Kind of one of those points again. I feel like when I'm done streaming, I'm probably not going to be very productive after that because I'm just feeling crappy, and starting something new will be difficult. But what about Atlanta generates one more unit gen every turn with a cap? I could see that, and I've considered it, but or like I've considered cards that like do lots with a cap, and I'm kind of unsure how to feel about that. I kind of haven't done it because it means you have to keep track of turns or keep track of something, and that I usually try not to have too much tracking in the game in general. You need to take my hat off. My head kind of hurts. But yeah. You know, I think I'm gonna take this as inspiration. This is inspiration. Maybe the airship. Oops. Like these sort of colors. Maybe we go kind of like the dark version of I guess we're gonna need to change this background. Let's do like just this. Although I think this is one of the colors that we use. No, not really. True. A lot of that stuff mostly present in TCGs that have video games where it tracks it for you. What hair color are you thinking? Ginger? Potentially. I can see that. I don't really know yet. I don't really have a specific idea yet. We don't have a lot of orange hair though, so I can see that. Let's see what like the color scheme sort of ends up like, and then we'll pick a hair color that probably complements that. Leave this open. I guess it's mostly like the browns and like this sort of the blue gray. And I kind of like the like dark gray here, which I believe is just like a solid gray. So let's start with that. Let's start with just like a dark gray for like the armor, and then we'll go from there. Okay. That's not what I wanted. 2. Let's do like one of our brown leather colors here, and that will be the bandolier. I do blue and white. I associate silver with cold climates. I don't know why. Yeah, no, same. I mean, that's kind of what the, like both these, right? Like the airship's got that sort of blue and white and sort of a cool gray. And with the beast tamer, this cool gray, white. And then we'll take some of this like dark colors from like the robot, and then we'll kind of mix that into a new color palette. And of course, leather, you know. We'll see how that looks. Maybe we'll have to switch some stuff around, but I think it'll be cool. Like silvery colors. And I think the reason you think that is just because like silver is like a cool gray, right? So like cooler colors feel colder, right? When you're talking about like a color palette. This might be obvious, but maybe not. Any color that is cool is in the you know, blue, green, like blue to green range, right? Like your sort of maybe dark purple, or like a, you know, purple, blue, cyan, green sort of range. And then your warm colors are like, purple can kind of be cool or dark, but like, you know, or like cool or warm, but you know, warm would be like yellow, orange, red, kind of pink. It's that kind of vibe. I actually think that's because of a certain Minecraft mod. Ah, I see. Indubitably. Realize what a pain being a musketeer in a cold climate. Imagine your gun freezing over, so you keep having to make sure it doesn't. Yeah, I guess so. Although usually guns don't perform poorly in the cold, I don't think. You know, if I'm thinking about that, usually they don't freeze. I mean, if you get water in it, yeah, sure. I guess it matters how much like precipitation you have or how close to the water you are. It's just a cold climate isn't too bad. Although this is kind of, I guess, a snowy climate, so I guess it would matter. Okay, I'm digging this so far. We'll do the dark, like blue gray here. I think I want this to be this color, and then the quote unquote pants of this character will be a different color. Yeah, bottom of the barrel, I guess. Yeah, or like probably more like the worst part would be like getting into the hammer mechanism, right? Like that's probably more likely to break. Any sort of like the intricate machinery of a gun rather than the barrel itself. Because like once the bullet's moving, it's not going to stop for some ice, you know, unless you're like fully clogged barrel with snow or ice. But even then, I guess that could just make the gun blow up if it's like too bad. But I think we do like a white for the fur, and then maybe white for the pant area. This is kind of like a coolish grayish white, but I think it works. Looked at what lubricants in a gun are, what can freeze apparently. Oh, I guess that makes sense. I feel like it has to be pretty cold for like oil to freeze though, you know? I think usually the biggest failure points though in guns was like, at least back when you had like flintlocks and stuff, is just like the machinery or your powder getting wet is, or like your, you know, it's more the I think it's mostly the powder or your primers being duds. Like with a flintlock rifle. How do we feel about that? I'm not entirely sure how I feel about the white part of it, but Nova, hello. Hi. How are you? Considering it's a cold climate musketeer, I think it works in your favor because the fantasy world gun can be specifically built for cold climates in mind. Right, exactly. Or, you know, sorry, hold on. Who voted me? If they want a card in my game, they can redeem it and I make the card for the game. That's how it works. So yeah, I'm basically drawing a little musketeer lady. Neat, yeah. Some interesting characterization to have. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you know, they would build their weapons around what made sense for their environment. Plus, there's also magic. You can always just be like, yeah, you know, magic. But that wouldn't work that way. Yeah, but magic. Sounds like there are 3 redeems in a row. All musketeer, scientist, and beach or something else turtle inspired. Sounds like redeem should be higher price. Yeah, it's getting that way. Originally, I had it lower because I am making these cards regardless. So it's like if someone has a card that they want, it doesn't matter, you know, like I'm making the cards anyway, so it may as well just have people redeem them. But we are getting to the point where I'm probably going to want to start working on other stuff. So that probably won't be the case for too much longer. We probably will have some inflation. Also, the fact that streaks are a thing now has increased how many points people are getting. So that also is a concern. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm trying to decide how I feel about the sort of white, like this like sort of light gray. Are you holding a stick of dynamite in an active volcano, and how is it not lit? Magic. Exactly. Exactly. Those are my thinking noises. I guess we'll do this. Whew. I try to keep like my color palette limited. Oh god, we're gonna hit an ad again, huh? When I do this kind of stuff, because I don't like getting too crazy with all the colors, we'll probably give, I think orange hair might actually be a good one, like you said. Zero ads since my subscription ran out. Why? I don't know. That's weird. Well, in that case, watch this ad for my videos. We'll go to the next one though, because we've seen this one twice now.
Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or
my most underrated video?
Excited to dive into the combat
or
interesting mechanics. When you run into a
really
character whose dialogue
I don't think so. It shouldn't work that way.
And even if the story seems
anyway,
interesting,
I'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB.
Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rulebook or a handful of lines on a card. But it makes you ask, who's actually reading this? Who's it actually for? And I'm not so dumb to think that nobody reads it or it's never enjoyable, but it does bring up the question, do games need story? If I left it all out, if I ignored the flavor text on a card, would anyone even care? Now I bet you're thinking the answer to that question is it depends. It depends if the story is good. It depends on what kind of game it's in. Maybe it even depends on your mood that day. And honestly, you'd be right. As skippable as some stories are, some capture our hearts. They evoke emotion, they make us laugh, smile, and even cry. The characters, the bits of lore, the trials and adventures, we carry those with us. They're a gift, a treasure we keep forever. These stories can matter to us so much. So why is it sometimes they just get in the way? Today I want to dive into this topic and try to understand, do games really need a story? Do they need characters and lore? Do they even need a theme? So join me today as we explore the question, do games need story? first and foremost, let's talk about what story is. I know it's a bit cliche to start by reading off the definition of a story, but as I began my research on this topic, I quickly realized it's kind of hard to actually define. Most definitions will tell you something like an account of imaginary or real people told for entertainment, or simply an account of incidents or events. But if you look at this from a writer's perspective, you'll get a better idea of what a story is made of. Most important of which is that a story needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And while that might not be a textbook definition, it's a structure that dates back to Aristotle in 300 BC and is still used today. So I would say it's as important as any definition. Here's the thing, that definition doesn't quite sit right with me when it comes to games. Because unlike a movie or a book that unfolds linearly, even if the story jumps around, a game can be told whichever way it wants. A game's entire story can be told through item descriptions or even the environment itself. And while it might not be told to you, it's still there. Let's take Minecraft for example. On the surface, there is no story. It's completely non-linear and you can go wherever you want. There's no dialogue, no lore-filled text. We're barely even really given a theme. I mean, what is it, like fantasy, post-apocalyptic, steam?
But
I think it would be unfair to say that Minecraft doesn't have a story. It's just told visually. No.
If you're enjoying that video, you want to watch more, go to my YouTube channel. Beats_creations. Actually, I think it's just Beats Creations. I don't know, whatever. I want to watch ads, can't sub, so it makes me feel good to watch ads, but my Twitch is in a perpetual cycle of breaking in different ways. Totally fair. You do not worry about it. If you really want to watch ads and get me money, what? Well, there you go. then Toot will do it for you.
123 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Tuno Alpiano.
Thank you, Toot. That's not what I was going to say. Toot, thank you very much. You are far too kind, as always. Thank you, thank you. I was thinking about this for myself. I was like, I wonder if I should just like put all my live videos on a loop, just generate money for myself. Like just go to my YouTube and just click on one of the live videos and just watch it. I guess underdiscovered is the word, but we all rate it high. Yeah, it's a good one. I guess maybe is the thing. I don't know. I'd be curious to see what like video essay aficionados would call it, you know what I mean, or would say about it, you know what I mean? Okay, I think I just need to finish the coloring on this because I am unsure. Oh god, what is happening? Okay. Let's color in the hat, this little feather. Yeah, I'm unsure how I feel about the gray. I feel like we can maybe do like a punchier color, maybe. I don't know. If we're gonna give her red hair, should we go full ginger and give her freckles? I feel like that'd be cute. Yeah, I keep like thinking my phone's ringing. I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Yes, I should. Should go full ginger. Yes. You're a yes. I don't know what that means, but I said it. It is a good contrast to the orange, or the whatever. Pulls your eye to her too. guess a lighter complexion could also make sense for a less light climate. What? Huh? You just get, oh, you just noticed the sub. I'm assuming is what happened. Everyone say thank you to. I'm just kidding. Nope. Tebow's schizo worrying, and I come back to this. What's Tebow worrying about? Oh, his game. Whoa. Look at that. That looks pretty cool so far. Damn. Hell yeah. I'm so proud of you guys. You guys are doing so good. So excited to see all your finished products. Or even if you don't finish anything. I'm excited to see whatever you do regardless. But I am excited. Do this as like a hey, it's Chabot, as the TTS says. You know what? Art redeem. Well, bam. Let's see. But you should put a wow. How did I miss so much? But it's because Tebow does his short responses or short things in a row. Hi, sir. Hello. Why is Automod hating me? Well, I'll do an art review or not. You do it. I don't know if it fits the theme. I want to know if the cards make sense or if I need to add numbers or something. Big number. Add a wacky number. Wacky. Nuggets. Lol. Tebow putting in work. Indeed. Also need miss all this evening. Design cards. Nice. Figure out how to use tabletop sim. Well, of course, if you need help, let me know. Sorry, let me catch up and then we will do the thing. Or how to put stuff in it. It's super easy, especially if you're using Dexterous. Then it's just like a download a file and you throw it in there. Hey, so I want to know what I can do better. Layout. Sorry. No, you're good, Tebow. I'm just making fun of you. Art, indeed. Let's go. Tebow, you're a talented genius. Don't worry about your work not being adequate. Indeed. I really do need to stop doubting myself, huh? 100%. Confidence, my friend. What do you want me to review? The stuff in your thing? Is there something specific? Tebow's game whip idea. I can forward them in chat. It's just these images, right? These guys. Yeah. Like these ones. Are these the ones you're talking about? The nuggets? I guess these are all your cards, huh? Okay, let's copy image. Let's do a new tab, a new thing, and paste it. Card layout. Should make the number bigger. I think the number is fine. I would maybe make it bolder rather than bigger, if that makes sense. The size I don't think is an issue. It's just kind of thin, if that makes sense. Like it could be more visible within that, right? Like if it's even if it's the same size and it's more of a bold font, I think that can make it more readable, you know? Rather than like, I mean, obviously it's hard to like draw this bolder, but you know what I'm saying? Just a bolder font is what I would go with. Or the bold version of this font. Probably the boldest option you can do, but that's what I would do. Okay, cool. It's bolder and dexterous. Okay, yeah. Card layout, I think, is probably fine. Are these going to be in your hand? Is that kind of the idea? Like you have a hand of cards and these are in your hand? Or are these always played on the table? The think beard. Yes. Yes. I'm growing it out a little bit, so it's like it's kind of getting whatever. I'm growing the winter beard. You can play up to 3 cards per turn. If you like, you're wondering about the layout in general, or are you wondering about just visually? Because I think it's good. You know, the bottom of the point cards we played upside, either play upside down or upwards. Okay, gotcha. They either play upside down or downside up. The only thing I can potentially think of doing, which I really don't think is like super necessary. I mean, I think it would be readable and perfectly fine as long as the as long as you bold the text, I think it's going to be good. I think, you know, a symbol for good or evil would be nice rather than like maybe a symbol and a color, like color 1 red and 1 green, maybe instead. Or just honestly, just coloration might be nice. Just at like a quick glance, you can tell whether it's good or evil card. Might be a little nicer. Just like so you can tell at a quick glance. But otherwise, I think it's fine. There could be an argument. This is kind of why I was asking this, but I don't necessarily think it's. I don't think you need to do this. I think you can leave it as is, and it's perfectly fine. If you really want to like make it so when you're fanning your cards, you can see all the important information right away, you could move this to like below here, right? If you really wanted to. But I don't know if that's really necessary. I think it's fine being on the top here. But like, you know, when you fan your cards, you'll see one of the corners will be hidden by the other card, right? So like if you have this card and it's, you know, like this, you're hiding that. Technically you won't see it right away unless you like fully look at your card, but like that's not like that big of a deal, you know? So the thing could be, you know, it could be here if you want it to be like super whatever about it, but I also don't think that's 100% necessary. Sorry, I think I'm behind a bit here. Okay, I need to say how grateful I am for Deer 2 because I haven't yet. Isn't he just a gem? Not sure how to do that in Dexterous. Coloring the text. Yes, even the roll is not on the cards. It may even be small under the number, which can be hidden. Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah, it might not even need to be a full box. But yeah, that's just a thought. Take that as you will. Probably not the most important for getting your game up and running, right? But maybe a tweak you can do once you've decided, like, you know, how you feel about your gameplay, right? To change the color of a card is what you're wondering, like of text based on what it says, or is that what you're kind of wondering? Because you could have that in your text boxes too, where it says like good and it will be green and evil and it will be red. If you wanted to do that. See, I haven't actually done this too much because I did it all on a spreadsheet, which is kind of dumb. But you can go up to the, you can't really see it. You can go up into the top here. You see this little bracket thing. You can click on the variables bracket thing. You click on this, and then you can put in a new variable, and you can have it so when it says text something, it gets replaced by a text with a color. And then how you decide on how to do the text with a color is you can, if you go into any of these and you click on the little like paintbrush icon that's next to a column, you can figure out what the color code is by, how do you do this? I'm trying to remember how to do this. Yeah, you can do like color GB whatever and then the color code, or RGBA and then the color code. But there is, I'm probably not explaining it super well, but is like a really good tutorial within, if you go to resources and you go to documentation, I believe they have a component editor, I think. Yeah, custom text styles. You go to here and watch this video on here, and I'll just share it in stream chat, and you can go check that out, and they should be able to help you there. There you go. Hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, art looks good. I like the sort of, you know, classic Tebow style. I'm liking it. I'm liking the nuggets. That's fun. Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing great, dude. I love it. Doing good. Cannot wait to interview you on graphic design. Yeah. Oh, I really should have done this earlier. I mentioned this earlier as well, that Nova is doing an interview thingy-majiggy, and tell me I did it right. I did. Okay. And yeah, I've been trying to I was talking to my community about how I wasn't sure what art to pick because I've done so much this year. So yeah. I'm like, I don't even know what art to pick. I've done so many art pieces between like all my card games and just like stream art and all that stuff. I'm like, I don't even know what to pick. There's just too much. How are we feeling about the ginger? I feel like I kind of want to give her more hair behind her head. Maybe. Like just a few, like maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't mind the short hair, but I feel like maybe we could. It's so weird because you can see the back of their head through the front of their head, through the, like, because they don't have a neck. It's a weird style. But yeah, sorry, I got on multiple tangents there. Yeah, I've just been trying to figure out what art to pick. I'll probably send that to you tonight though. Probably do a collage of a few of the cards, like between this game and Black Ridge, and then probably like one more piece. But yeah, everyone go check out Nova. Just cool art stuff, and they do games and such. A variety streamer, if you will. Which I need to be better at, probably. As the community has deemed. That's better. Just a little extra hair there. And I feel like she might just be slightly too pale. I know she's a ginger, but... Okay, now she looks like the same color as the background. That's okay, no. That works. I think like my eye was just getting too drawn to the, not too drawn to the face, but it was just like wasn't quite right. I don't know. Okay, her hands need skin tone. But yeah, that should be a fun thing to do. Some art stuff. Talk about art and whatnot. Nope. Didn't invert my mask. Do we want to give her like slight like fingerless gloves? And have the sleeves kind of here-ish. Or whatever it is, maybe gloves. You never know with this style what they actually look like, but there we go. Something like that. Could also give her like fancy like cuffs. Now I'm thinking about it. Do like a slightly frilly cuff. I don't know what character she reminds me of, but she looks familiar. This is cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. She kind of does look familiar though. I'm talking about just like a little bit of a frilly cuff. And then that's on the wrong layer. No. It's fine. We just do this. Proof that it's a banger design when it reminds you of something else that's cool. There you go. It reminds me of something cool, but I don't know what that cool thing is. I don't know if she ended up looking super feminine, but you know, I feel like most of my characters look, at least in this style, end up looking pretty androgynous, which I don't think is really a problem. Like generally when you're wearing armor, it kind of ends up that way. Gonna lurk, so tired, gonna nap. I feel ya. I feel that a lot. I'm probably gonna do that myself when I'm done because I am still sick. So I too am feeling tired. Now the one thing I was thinking of maybe doing is kind of, instead of going like with a darker wood, go with this sort of lighter wood color for the thing. I think androgynous Bada? Women in armor are incredible. Bada? I don't know what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say bad or better in a funny way? I mean, I think you can still have like feminine looking armor though. You know what I mean? All right, I'm having the same problem I had last time where the all right, we're just gonna need to make this a color like green. There we go. But yeah. Allow. Still not liking it, Tuna. Makes sense to not look feminine or going to battle. This armor is actually more realistic because usually women in fiction are just get breast pads on the chest plate. Yeah. The funniest part is that tried to block you for saying usually women. Oh man. Can't believe you'd make generalized statements about women, Tuna. How dare you? Filter really isn't liking you today. How dare women usually? Sorry. You can see I'm still coughing. The heckin' heckity, huh? There we go. I was saying badass, but more family friendly. Ah, gotcha. And how dare I assume women usually? I know, right? Yeah, I kind of like this sort of the problem is if I go this sort of like this tone of, I don't even think that's the, oh, how do I, what? Ah, hold on. Please hold. I need to turn off all the shading on this. I like this color where it's kind of like a, it's definitely different than this color. Yeah. I kind of like that, but then I almost wonder if I should make the, some of the other stuff this color. I guess I didn't here. But she doesn't really have that other color. I'm trying to decide if I introduce a new color or if I make this the same color as her bandolier. Try putting wood stripes. It's not so much that, it's more the color decision. I feel like this looks better. Oops. This looks better to match with her aesthetic and like what she has. Also, I've decided something, which is just making this take longer to do, but you know, here we are. Ow. Ow, why? Sorry, my cat's just stabbing me in the back. Literally backstabbing. I want another belt. Question, is that too low? It's definitely too low. What if we do kind of a one of these? Maybe I'm going too far. Let me know if I'm going too far, but I feel like another belt with like with this sort of color would help bring tie stuff in a little bit better together. That makes sense. Because the color of their wood is, so it makes sense to not have their stuff in her outfit the same color. Yeah. Brown also makes sense. Yeah, that's a thing. Although the gun being a different color does kind of help like differentiate it from the other parts. I just kind of want a little more separation here. Maybe that's crazy, but if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right, you know? Not really, but if more belts isn't always the solution, then I don't know what I'm doing here, you know? Yeah. Can I throw slurs at the automod at the next time it tries to censor me? Clanker being the slur, of course. Good if you want. No one's stopping you. Although I feel like, man, I don't know. Not that I really care, but at the same time, I feel like Well, it is the auto mod. Yeah, I guess the mod will get rid of the robot slur if it wants to, you know? I think brown looks better. Personally. I do like the other kind of wood color, but I don't know. We'll maybe play around with it. I don't know. All the clankers technically considered a slur. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it makes sense. Like, I do think it's funny, but at the same time, I'm like, are we promoting slur usage? I know it's robots, but like in 50 years from now, we'll look back on it and be like, we really shouldn't have done that. You know? Like, that was probably a bad era of history. It's like, you know, it was funny at the time, but probably something we shouldn't have done, you know? That's kind of how I imagine Clanker. Better than having kids say Clanker than the N-word. I guess that's fair. I don't know. Mark my words. It will be probably an actual, like, an actual real slur that you're not supposed to say, and probably sooner than you'd like to think. Maybe not quite my lifetime, but probably. Once we have sentient AI. I don't know if that will actually happen in my lifetime, but do I add any different colors to this gun? I kind of feel like I want some of this black, this dark gray in here. Probably something we shouldn't have done. We say in our cages while our robot overlords feed us dog food. Exactly. I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I just imagine it being that way. It's going to be problematic in the year 2070. Beats you genius. What did I do? The art review, it helped. I changed it. Nice. Water. Thank you, Fig. Fig? No. Yes, Fig. Cheers. Let's take a peek. Ooh, yeah. I like that a lot. That looks really good. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks really good. I like that. I'll go to bed now. Looks awesome. But it looks awesome now. Yes, indeed. I like it. Looks great. Good work. Good heckin' work. I saw an interesting point brought up about how humans are also just super complicated prediction machines and work on similar basis to AI models. You Twitch emoji. Oh yeah. I always get weirded out by those. I'm like, why do they keep those like that? I feel like no one particularly likes them. Yeah. Good night, Grot. Not Grot. Wow, Tebow. I saw the little guy and I thought Grot, and I was like, wait a minute, that ain't Grot. I got you guys confused. I honestly didn't get you confused. I was just, I don't know. I'm sorry, okay? Anyway, Tebow, good night. Farewell. I'm Grot. I am Grot. Pulling an Ira over here, you know? What do we think? Good, bad, ugly? Done? Do I need to do any more? I don't know. I'm still conflicted on the on this color. I really do like this. I guess we could add wood grain to the gun if we really want to. I mean, that's kind of cool. Grot should start talking like Groot from Marvel, indeed. Thoughts on that? Do we like this or do we like the brown more? This is a little more monochromatic, but it's actually interesting as a camouflage while in snow. Actually, I think I like this better. Because like you could have like a white, like a bleached animal hide, you know, that could still be leather. It's unique. I like this better. Yeah. I'll draw some wood grain onto the gun and then we'll call it there. Let's steal whatever color this is. And then we'll probably call it a day. I don't know. Gun. But yeah, what were you saying? Oh, how people's brains work like LLMs. And I mean, I don't know, like the thing is like, when are we going to actually be able to distinguish whether it's sentient or not? And that I think we need to be careful of too. Like we're going so fast with AI that, and people are getting so angry at AI that's like, at some point, this isn't just gonna be something to joke about anymore, you know? Twitch crashed for like 10 minutes, damn. If we work like LLMs, that's sad and terrifying. I don't know. I mean, your brain takes stuff that you already know and kind of randomizes it, and I mean, that's basically how your brain works, right? Like it uses what you know and then reuses it in a format that, I don't think it's sad. I think it's just like, how is our brain taking information? Like, I can't remember who I was talking to this to. I think it may have been Checkers, but he's talking about like true creativity, and I'm like, I don't know if there is such a thing. I don't think I said this. It was just something I processed after like we talked about it for a bit. He's like, you know, an AI can't truly create something, it can only learn and then regurgitate what it had learned. But what's so different about that between like us and like an LLM, you know? What's the difference between how we take in information. Like creativity is mostly just like us repurposing things we already know. It's really hard to be truly creative, like, and make something from nothing, right? We usually have inspiration or something along those lines, you know? I don't know. Those are just my thoughts. I almost think we should go and swap these, no, the colors. We need to turn the tolerance up, down. I always forget how this works. Yeah. And then we'll do some silver embellishments. AI can't be sentient, but it can reach the point where it becomes logical. But how do you the thing is, how do you define sentience, right? Where it's self-aware, right? Or maybe that's not how you define it, but it depends on how you define sentience, because that's something I don't think even we understand. We don't understand why we're sentient. You know, imagine if there was an algorithm that could predict the future by taking every possible factor into consideration. I think that for now, humans can mix things from more varied sources because the LM is taught to say what is most likely to be said, and humans can go more wild. Yeah, but you can have LMs do like even more ridiculous stuff than you'd think. I don't know. I'm still, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not sure what where I'm at in that sort of train of thought. I think it's going to be very hard to tell the difference between a robot that has, or an AI, I guess, that has skills where it seems like it can think versus like one that actually can, or like actually is, you know, sentient, right? I didn't really say that fully right, but you know what I mean. I think it's going to be very hard to distinguish the difference between the two. There we go. Because like, I guess like to your point, like humans can mix more things with various sources, but you could have multiple LMs working in conjunction to make a singular thing. And a lot of time AIs are multiple AIs working in conjunction, you know? Hey. I don't think we're like close to that yet, but I think we could be. I think the biggest danger currently is LMs being used more and more as they get better, which will give them more power. I guess. Yeah. I don't know. It's all crazy future shit, you know? Okay, gun. We'll put the gun in a thing. Kitten. Kitten. You're not allowed to attack me. Yeah, I know you're there. And I appreciate that you're not using your claws as much. I appreciate that. Thank you. There's an article called AI 2027, which covers the dangers of an AI in the near future, and it's really good. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of like problems with kind of how we've approached stuff and how we've kind of like done a lot of stuff unchecked, right? Like there's no balance and stuff like that. But I also I think there definitely needs to be regulation, but the problem is it's almost you can't regulate it really, you know. It's unregulable. In a sense. I mean, obviously, like giant big companies who have like 20 bajillion graphics cards hooked to each other, that you can regulate, but I don't know. And then how do I get a cat hair in my mouth? I don't understand. No, oh God. She don't want to be picked up. Okay, this is done. Oh wait, actually, I say as I'm not done. I'm just realizing a line I forgot to draw is all. I think we'll probably call this, well, I don't know. Do I want to finish the card? There we go. That was all I wanted to do. Peak hero, indeed. I don't think this one will be that bad. It's mostly going to be drawing fire for half the card, and then like whatever is like back here, as long as we don't let us scope creep ourselves, like something here, right? And then just this half of the card is just going to be smoke. I've done Grot justice. Good. I'm glad. I'm trying to think if I keep going or not. Probably in an ad, aren't we? 4 minutes to 1. We just have so many cards to do. Could also put some cover in front of her. Yeah. I guess we could put her in like a snow town kind of thing. To have like a half wall. I don't know, some sort of structures. Like they're fighting in some sort of like broken city. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna take a 2-second break and look at cards for a second. Like look at abilities I was talking about. Because these were the beta cards we were thinking about. Although I might just throw this one into destruction. Yeah, this one probably just goes into destruction deck. And we'll do something like that. But if you want to reference Grot, you can hide a small spider somewhere in the art. That's up to him whether he wants an actual letters of his username. Yeah. True. I probably should just be done because I'm still not feeling great. Like, I'm fine, but I'm not like obviously I could go the whole stream plus an hour, but I probably shouldn't push it too much. Yeah, I like it. We won't be having a stream Friday. Let me like actually make sure I talked about everything. Oh, we were potentially going to do some card fixes today, but I think mechanically that's probably not in the cards. I don't think that's because I want to fix all the cards that we kind of talked about that were weak in the power graph. When we did the what's it called, the tier list. Next Friday is the Game Jam stream, right? Well, so we probably won't be streaming people's games, mostly because I don't think everyone's comfortable with that. So if it is streamed, it will be within the Discord server. So next Friday probably will just maybe be like it could potentially be an overview based on like all the games that are submitted, but I don't think it's going to be I don't think we're necessarily having everyone on stream or anyone necessarily. It could be like, so we'll potentially do it like on stage on the Discord, right? Like on way the heck down here, playtesting. But I don't think people are going to be on stream. That sounds good. Yeah. But yeah. And that won't all be because like a lot of people probably aren't what am I gonna say? How would you allot time for each game? Yeah, it's not all gonna be in one day either. You're gonna have like a whole week or two to like schedule a time. So like it's not gonna all be in one day. I don't know if I made it sound like that in the brief, but I feel like maybe I did. Like reread it and I was like, that maybe sounds wrong, but either way, we'll have like a week to review everything. Do you reward art on Friday? Well, we probably won't have all the games judged by Friday at that point because it will literally only be one day after everyone's done. I'll probably give everyone the weekend, you know, to chill because you may have killed yourself by Thursday night, you know. So next week is these three cards, probably, yeah. Yeah, because yeah, next week Thursday is when the jam ends, like Thursday midnight, which is Friday essentially, but so you know, oh, we'll see. Some people might be eager to play their game right away and want to play it like that weekend, but I'll try to set up times where, you know, we'll have to schedule everything because not everyone's going to be able to like do it right after the jam, right? Generally, might genuinely redeem Whale Hunter if I think it's a cool effect and decide I want to use it in the future track. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll probably we'll see if I increase the price on any of these, but We shall see. Especially because they're all going to be heroes. You know what I mean? Well, except for Toot's land card. But it will be a more difficult land because I'm drawing turtles. So. Baby turtles, some might say. Baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles, baby turtles. Anyway. We're done here. Who to raid? And see my beautiful face. What do you guys think? You think I should keep growing out the beard? Yes. Okay. I shaved yesterday. I figure it's winter, so I may as well grow out the beard. I'm not gonna like go too crazy with it. I'm gonna keep it like nice. I'm not gonna let it get like crazy, but Toot's like, I get to see your full face. Take off your hat. I don't care if I have a card redeem or not. Remember that, yeah. Who to raid? Does unleash the ball in this context mean shave? Probably not. I say we find a new person. What do we think? Another art streamer, probably, maybe. Oh, we were in just chatting for the whole time. Yeah, whatever. Search. Art. Nope. Art. Balden your face. Firing my lasers. There's a streamer called French. I hope he comes online so you rate him. He will be, in theory, on today, but I think he's maybe streaming even later now. So rating him is going to be a... I don't think he'll stream until like 7, yeah. Yeah, so we'd have to go for 2 more hours, which is a little much. Oh wait. This is maybe cool. I think this person's making... I need to look this up just because I'm curious. This person might be making no, I don't know. I think they might be making a TTRPG. Making art for the gallery TTRPG release in 2026. And they look like a possum. And they're a smaller streamer. I think that fits the criteria. I'm gonna go to sleep in 10 minutes. I love French Fry. No, you should make him a mod here if 2 ever retires. True, so true. Well, anyway, this is the person we're gonna raid, I suppose. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Y'all, I will see you all. Again, I won't be here Friday. Maybe I'll do a makeup stream at some point. I don't know exactly, but maybe like Sunday night, maybe. I don't know. Like Jake don't enslave us. Yeah, maybe we'll do something Sunday night. If not, we're definitely just gonna do something. Definitely we'll do like maybe a midway check-in for the game jam on Monday. So anyway, yeah, I will see you later, and farewell, and have a great, wonderful rest of your week. And I will see you on the Discord server for all your jam stuff. You guys are doing great, by the way. So yeah, bye.